to commence interpretation of the meeting. For those just joining the meeting, live interpretation in Spanish is available, and members of the public or staff wishing to listen in Spanish can join the Spanish channel by clicking on the interpretation icon in the Zoom toolbar. It looks like a globe. If you are on your cell phone or tablet, locate the three dots, tap them lightly, and put a check mark on your preferred language. Click Done to activate and begin the interpretation. Once you join the Spanish channel, we recommend you shut off the main audio so you can only hear the Spanish interpretation. Claudia, will you please restate this in Spanish?
Yes. Buenas tardes a todos. Para todas las personas que se acaban de unir a esta junta, interpretación en vivo en español se encuentra disponible, ya sea para los miembros del público o el personal si desean escuchar esta junta en el canal de español. Haciendo un clic en el icono de interpretación que se encuentra en la barra de Zoom, es un globo terráqueo. Usted puede hacer un clic en ello o también lo puede hacer por medio de su celular, iPad o tableta, localizando los tres puntitos. Puede hacer un clic en ellos ligeramente y de esa manera se le va a dar la opción de activar el canal de español. Ya que usted se encuentra en el canal de español, lo recomendamos que cierre el audio principal o haga un clic donde dice Done. Y de esa manera puede disfrutar de esta junta simultáneamente. Muchas gracias, estamos a sus órdenes. Thank you very much. Back to you.
Thank you, everyone. The time is 3:02. We'll call this meeting to order. Madam City Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Thank you. Councilmember Rogers? Present. Councilmember Okrepke?
Here.
Councilmember MacDonald?
Here.
Councilmember Fleming? Councilmember Banuelos?
Here.
Vice Mayor Alvarez?
Present.
Mayor Stapp?
Here.
Let the record show that all council members are present with the exception of Councilmember Fleming.
Thank you. We have 3 closed session items to announce. We have item 3.1, which is a public employee evaluation of performance, and then we have items 3.2 and 3.3, both of which are conferences with legal counsel regarding existing litigation. And with that, we will go to public comment. Seeing no members of the public here, we will close public comment and we will recess into closed session. Thanks for your patience, everyone. The time is 3 o'clock, and we will reconvene from closed session. Madam City Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Rogers? Present. Councilmember Okrepke?
Here.
Councilmember McDonald?
Here.
Councilmember Fleming?
Here.
Councilmember Banuelos?
Here.
Vice Mayor Alvarez?
Present.
Mayor Stepp?
Here.
Let the record show that all council members are present.
Thank you. We're going to move on to item 4.1, our interviews for Housing Authority. We're going to interview applicants for the Housing Authority to fill one tenant commissioner at-large position and one tenant commissioner senior position, each to have a 2-year term expiring August 5th, 2027. And I'm glad to see that we have a number of the applicants here today. We will begin by calling Doug Shivananda Friedman, please. If Doug is here, is Doug here? Doug is not here. We will move on then. Angela Conti? Angela, wonderful. If you could make your way to one of the microphones in the front, we'll ask a few questions. Thank you very much for applying for this position and for taking the time to be here today.
Sure.
We've all received a copy of your application, and we have a few questions we want to throw your way. Question number 1: how do you see your skills and experience assisting the residents of Santa Rosa's Housing Authority?
How do I see my
Your skills and experience assisting the residents
of the
that are affected by the Housing Authority?
Well, as a tenant commissioner for the last couple of years, I think most of my experience has been one of participating in a position of communication, being available in my community, hearing my fellow tenant members, and just paying attention to the information that's out there. Social media, news, whatever, where I can come back and use that knowledge in a meaningful way from that point of view of people with lived experience.
Wonderful, thank you. Question number 2: what interests you about serving on the Housing Authority Commission?
Well, again, I think because I've done it for 2 years, and I feel like I'm just now getting comfortable and familiar with the system, and getting comfortable with public speaking. You know, the system I was previously familiar with was quite different than the system that we have in Santa Rosa. So that was interesting. But also there was the whole training component with the training on the Brown Act and equity, and also I'm spacing on the word for it, but just learning the whole procedure of things was actually pretty a great opportunity that I really liked. And now that I feel like I've done all that, I'm familiar with the system, I'd like to spend another couple of years really kind of utilizing some of those experiences and knowledge that I have.
Thank you. And the third question: can you give us your sense, or can you give us a sense of your understanding about what the mission and responsibility of the Housing Authority is?
Well, we represent HUD locally in Santa Rosa. For the city, we represent the primarily voucher holders, and we do have some funding that's available for supporting projects and to encourage more affordable housing. But the majority of it is just streamlining the experience of our local housing authority, voucher holders, managing the experience of dealing with the housing authority. I think that's primarily what we do, is to try and expedite their experience and make it as painless as possible, if that's even doable.
Thank you very much for that answer. I will look to my colleagues to see if they have any questions that they would like to ask. Ms. Rogers.
Thank you, Mayor. I was just wondering, what district is it that you live in?
I'm sorry.
What city council district do you live in?
I live in, I believe it's yours. It's West County over College Avenue?
I'm Southwest.
South, okay. I'm not sure.
So
Sorry.
It could be. Okay, thank you.
Ms. Fleming?
I think we all know that sitting through meetings is thankless, although all of us up here enjoy it over everything else we do. But curious to know, that was supposed to be a joke, but that's okay. I'm curious to know what it is about this work, is the thing that has you willing to keep coming back? Like, what is it, in your heart?
As much as I like well-functioning, organized public services, that's not really what I do it for. I do it more for the human connection. I've been actively working towards affordable housing here for about a couple of decades. I was born and raised here, but I left, and then I recently returned when I retired. And so affordable housing has been one of my interests, and I see that in order to push the envelope, I guess, on affordable housing, the Housing Authority is a good place to start. And so with that, it's about making connections and communicating with people, seeing how the system works so that I can go out and create what I'm working towards, which is county-based village communities for affordable village communities for seniors primarily. And that's where a lot of my focus and work is. And I'm currently writing a book on the subject, but I am also involved in multiple other local agencies and organizations. But the core thing that always brings me back is that human connection, where we can work together to make changes happen in meaningful ways. That's, where the heart is. There's all the brain stuff, but yeah, if I didn't have this, I wouldn't be doing it.
Thank you. Great answer.
Any other questions from council? All right, Angela, thank you again for all of your service and for applying once again. We'll move on to the next interview.
Okay, I wanted to thank you guys very much for letting me do the last couple of years and for inviting me back. So thank you.
Thank you. Next is Teresa Daniel here. Teresa, wonderful. Come on down.
Hi, everybody.
Hello, and thank you also for your interest in this position. We'll ask the same three questions. How do you see your skills and experience assisting the residents of Santa Rosa's Housing Authority?
Well, I'm a former real estate agent, And also, I just ended 6 years being a real estate agent, and I focused on new home sales, and I know how difficult it is. And I was asked by Annette Anthony to consider this, and I said absolutely yes.
Thank you. So what interests you about serving on the Housing Authority Commission?
Well, I'm interested in everybody getting an equal chance, and I'm curious about keeping up on all the laws, both local and national, and also the communication that we have with builders. They're not always the same as developers, and it's very, very important to have clear communication.
It's a good point. Question number 3, what do you understand about the mission, or let me rephrase that. Give us a sense of your understanding about the mission and responsibilities of the Housing Authority.
Well, having passed the real estate exam 6 years ago was the hardest test I ever took, even though I was a 5-point in college, and hardly anything can be sent at me to knock me out. But all I can say is that this is the place to be, to help in my small way direct everything to a beautiful conclusion.
Thank you for that. And now I'll look to my colleagues for any questions that they might have. Seeing none, Teresa, I'll thank you again for your interest, and thank you for taking the time to be here today.
Thank you all. I'm very honored to be here. Thank you so much.
All right, thanks, Teresa. We're going to move on to Anthony Mazurkowski. Anthony, come on down. Thank you for applying and being here today.
You're welcome. Good afternoon.
All right, Anthony. You know the drill by now. Here are the 3 questions. How do you see your skills and experience assisting the residents of Santa Rosa's Housing Authority?
Well, I'm not exactly sure, to tell you the truth. I have several business degrees. I'm a good student. I'm always willing to learn. I'm a submarine veteran, a disabled veteran, the submarine service. Been in business for a long time, up until the late 90s. I'm very flexible, and I'm very adaptable, so I just would like to help. But so, other than that, I'm not sure what my life training is. Staying alive, that's what it's all about, it looks like now.
Well, that's an important piece. Question number 2, what interests you about serving on the Housing Authority Commission?
Well, mainly, it's getting to crisis stage, it looks like to me. I walk the dog, the homeless situation, it's getting exasperated daily. I think you're going to be looking for more than, you're going to be looking to shelter homeless. I'm sure you are concerned about that now. I don't know. And again, the city's limited as to funds, so, myself, I would have ideas on how to raise some money. Would be, you can't do anything without money nowadays either, and it's just going to get worse. There's no doubt about that. Personally, I've been through foreclosure as a homeowner. I've been homeless, have houses sold out from under me with no notice, and had to try to get the housing voucher, which that's the key part for me is I know without a doubt if I didn't have that housing voucher, I would most likely be homeless. I got a sick bird with cancer at home. I have a dog, 2 other birds. So I would be in the position of many people. They'd have to give their animals up. And God knows, my bird, they would just euthanize her. And she's not ready for that. So it's a personal situation. I have feelings for everybody. And it's starting to look like a lot of people don't. I don't know. I think we're in the right place in California, but it's really getting to be a disaster.
For question number 3, you've already touched on this a little bit in your previous answers, but can you give us a sense of your understanding of the mission and responsibility of the Housing Authority?
Well, I don't know exactly. I meant to look it up, but I didn't. I apologize for that, but I would have to assume it's looking for fairness and justice, mainly, as far as the housing situation goes, that people aren't discriminated against at the least. But again, I read the paper. The city does everything it can to make granny units available, and I would look into more of that. Again, I really, I'd study up on it. I got time at my age. That's what I'm looking for, is to stay stimulated and to help. Again, I served on submarines. I got a business degree. I can do something, and I can research things really well. But again, I feel for people out there. And again, I could go on, but everybody here drives home, and you'd have to be blind not to see what's going on. And you're in the business of what you're doing, so I know I feel it, and it's really bad.
So thank you for staying engaged. I'll look to my colleagues for any questions. Vice Mayor.
Anthony, good afternoon, brother. Of your life experience, what skill set do you have that you can directly help the Housing Authority be effective in its mission?
Well, again, I've educated. I've been honors programs in all the colleges I've gone through. I can take direction. I don't really know offhand what I could do to help you. You know what you need help with. I would be there to do that. I would go get more education if I needed to do so. But again, I have time, and I have a heart, and I would like to try to help somebody. As you get older and older, you're going to be knocking on that door, and you want somebody to answer. So it's not just, personal satisfaction, but it really is. It's a good feeling to do something for somebody, anybody, And I don't really know how to help the board right now.
And you said that housing vouchers helped you not be homeless. What other life experience do you carry that could help other individuals off the top of your experience list?
As far as helping people stay in houses?
Yes, because you speak from an area of lived experiences. What I read from you. So I'm wondering, from that lived experience, what have you experienced that could help others?
Well, just being homeless myself. There's people. It could be disabled. People don't even look you in the eye. It's gotten to the point where people don't exist. And I hate to say it, it looks like half the country doesn't want them to exist. And that's why I would like to get involved, because everybody deserves to at least exist with respect, too, And it's going down the drain, it really is. It's not to the past point of no return. There's always hope. I believe in a higher power, and I believe, we go through this stuff for a reason. And if you do the right thing in the right way, it'll all come out right in the end, I do believe. So there's hope. I really don't have an answer as to what it is. I would hope, working with you folks, I would find out and try to work towards that goal. Again, I see the need to get money coming in. I have a lot of ideas for that. I think the city really doesn't look to enforce a lot of things. You have the fairgrounds. That's my business. I've had stuff at the state fair and all these concessions forever. You could make a lot of money with that land. Other than that, I could go on with that stuff forever. There's ideas, and I think a lot of them could be valid. But I think it's to that point. You know how much money you got in the coffers. Not enough, I'm sure.
I appreciate you sharing your thoughts with us, sir.
Any other questions? Anthony, thank you very much for being here today and for your interest in being part of this.
You're welcome. Thank you all for your efforts, too.
Next, we'll call Cade Olds. Is Cade Olds in council chambers? We'll move down then to Tricia Makes. Tricia, thank you for being here today. Take your time. To say the least. You're not the first to have observed that.
Like you're going down into, I don't know.
All right, Tricia, thank you for your application, for being here today. You know the run of show. We'll start with the first question. How do you see your skills and experience assisting the residents of Santa Rosa's Housing Authority?
Well, for my career, I was a social worker and worked primarily with people with mental disabilities. And a lot of times it involved doing home visits. And a home is a very important thing to all of us. It doesn't matter where we come from or what our background is. And that feeling of having a safe place that you feel that you can be at peace is very important. And I think it makes more sense as I age, too, because before I got my voucher, I was living in a senior high-rise. And I think that a lot of people feel that seniors should be like warehoused into places with other seniors instead of living in the rest of the community.
Thank you for that. Second question, what interests you about serving on the Housing Authority Commission?
Well, like I said, it took me a while to get my voucher, and I would like to understand the process better because I think I waited 6 years, and it was like I heard from other people that there were also lotteries. And I would like to understand the system a little bit better. And I also could see that there should be more outreach to people. Like, I walk to the library quite often, and I would see this senior woman living on the streets, and I tried to befriend her because I thought that it's just not right for somebody in their 80s to be living on the street. And I tried to interest her in going to apply to, there's new senior apartments on Mendocino. And as I understand it, they're based on ability to pay. But she just said no. She said that she wasn't one of those people that could abide by a lot of rules. But I do think there are a lot of people on the street that need advocates. They need information, and they need somebody to kind of help them along.
That's absolutely true. The third question, can you give us a sense of your understanding of the mission and responsibilities of the Housing Authority?
Well, as I understand it, it's to allow people to live, especially in places like Northern California that are so expensive to live in. You know, rents, home ownership, all of it is very expensive, and that it allows people of low income to be able to access to stay in this area.
That's a good summary. I'll look to my colleagues for questions.
Oh, good. No questions.
No questions. Tricia, thank you very much for coming out today. Thank you for your application. We'll move next to Linda Martin. Is Linda here? How about Rhonda Towner? Is Rhonda here? All right, let's move down to Christopher Donnellan. Christopher, come on down. Welcome, Christopher, and thank you for your application.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. All right, well, we'll go right into the questions. Question number one, how do you see your skills and experience assisting the residents of Santa Rosa's Housing Authority?
Well, I've lived in the city of Santa Rosa for 30 years. I moved here from Southern California in 1995, and I've seen just the worsening housing situation and homeless situation in the area. I'm also a client of the Santa Rosa Housing Authority. I have a housing voucher that has afforded me to continue living here. Otherwise, I'd be in Texas or Nebraska by now, you know, with the increasing cost of living and rents. And I feel I have an insider's understanding as a client of the current housing system and how it works. I've also worked in security and in customer service in mental health facilities and in hospitals, and I've worked with a lot of people that are at risk for being homeless or who are homeless right now. And I feel that we have to think outside the box, and there are a lot of creative solutions that we could come up with working together, and that wouldn't cost billions of dollars necessarily to provide people shelter. I think that is the need for the homeless, is shelter, not, I mean, it's great that they're building affordable housing developments. I see more of them being developed, but people need shelter right now and cannot wait to get into shelters or for affordable housing to open up. And I think that is an issue we need to work on.
Thank you for that. Question number 2, what interests you about serving on the Housing Authority Commission?
Well, I feel with my background and experience, and as somebody that has been a client of the Housing Authority, that I can provide some insight based on my own experiences and those of friends and other people that I know in the community. And I'm interested in hearing other views from people, maybe from different walks of life, and in coming up with real practical solutions to these problems, and to develop affordable housing, and maybe outside of any government agency, because with the current administration and fiscal problems, it's very questionable that there's going to be more support from federal or state levels. And I think we need to come together and think of practical and creative solutions to this issue.
Thank you for that response. Question number 3, can you give us a sense of your understanding of the mission and responsibilities of the Housing Authority?
Well, both the city and the Sonoma County Housing Authority exist primarily to administer the federal housing programs, HUD, and the voucher choice program. And then I think there are a few project-based programs in the area, a few of them as well, and that is the basic task of the Housing Authority.
Thank you for that. Looking to my colleagues for questions. No questions, but thank you for your thoughtful answers.
Thank you for your time and for considering me for this position. I appreciate it.
Thank you. We will move on to Scott Wimmer. Is Scott here? Scott, thank you for joining us.
No problem. Thank you very much for having me.
All right, the mic is on. We'll move into our 3 questions. Scott, question number 1, how do you see your skills and experience assisting the residents of Santa Rosa's Housing Authority?
Throughout my life, I've loved to serve and help others. Started with Boy Scouts. Military actually did the same thing. We went to Panama and basically fixed roads after, 97, when most of the roads in Panama were wiped out. Our National Guard unit went down there to fix that. Then when I got out, I've helped since, I guess, it's 2018. Helped with the food drives with Catholic Charities and through the VA. Also worked as an alcohol and drug counselor. Worked with mental health, and also dual diagnosis, which pretty sure there's a good amount of homeless people who have those services and need more services. Also worked as a construction worker and a plumber, and that taught me a lot about housing, rules, regulations, and such. And I'm pretty sure those are most of the skills I think pertain.
Well, that was plenty. Question number 2, what interests you about serving on the Housing Authority Commission?
Say it again?
What interests you about serving on the Housing Authority Commission?
Well, I've applied once before, and I think I have enough time. And since I'm slowing down in my, since I'm 27, not really. I'm 55 years old, and I'm starting to slow down, and I am now in the, how would you say, financial ability to put my my experiences other places, and volunteering is one of them. So I actually help out at the VA handing out food on Thursdays, and I have more time. So
Thank you for all that work. Question number 3. Can you give us a sense of your understanding of the mission and responsibilities of the Housing Authority?
So basically it's decent and safe housing for families, disabled, and, well, seniors, and to get them housing when appropriate. And I know it's a difficult job because I know you guys have a, 41-month waiting list or something like that. It's daunting to get it done. I was lucky. HUD-VASH, I entered on ground floor. The very first group that went through was myself, and they were asking questions constantly. What should we do? How should we do this? You know, and I very many times gave my input and didn't mind at all because it was new. There was no HUD-VASH here. It was, I don't like to name drop, but Kim was my social worker, and she's awesome, and she was constantly picking my brain for new and unusual ideas, and it was kind of fun to do it. So that's also why I think that HUD, your mission will meet mine.
Thank you for that response. Looking to council for questions. Ms. Fleming?
Did you just name drop a social worker? I think in my 25 years of being a social worker, that is the first time I've ever heard anybody in our profession referred to with that much respect.
Oh, she deserves
and I just
all
want
the
to say
praise.
thank you and ask you if there's anything else about her you'd like to tell us.
Huh?
Is there anything else about her that you'd like to tell us? You don't have to. I just thought
You
that
know,
was...
from the very get-go, the transformation of HUD-VASH was from we have no idea what we're doing, which was what any business or anything starting out does, to pretty efficient, I would say. It was amazing to, you know, ask, and I saw her a lot through other stuff that I was volunteering for, so she's awesome.
I'm so glad you had a good experience. Thanks for sharing that with us.
Mr. Okripke?
Yeah, just real quick. You said you were deployed to Panama with an engineering battalion. Was that the 579th?
No, you guys were there. Or wait, were you engineers?
No, I wasn't.
Oh, no, they were there. I was at maintenance out of Stockton, so when they broke, I fixed,
All right.
which was a lot.
All right. Appreciate your service. Thank you.
No problem.
Ms. Rogers, did I see you have your hand up? You did not. Well, Mr. Wimmer, thank you very much for being present today, and thank you for your application.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
If I understand correctly, Doug Friedman is here now. Doug, thank you for joining us. Take your time and make your way to the front microphone. Don't worry about that. We'll fix that later. Thank you for your years of service, and thank you for reapplying.
Thank you. My apologies for being late, and appreciate the opportunity to be here today.
No worries. All right, Doug, the same 3 questions you've heard from some of the other applicants. The first question is, how do you see your skills and experience assisting the residents of Santa Rosa's Housing Authority?
Well, I guess my education, I have a master's in education. I completed a year of law school and accounting, worked for, well, then it was Deloitte & Touche, it's now Deloitte. So I can understand a lot of the more technical and administrative kinds of challenges that the Housing Authority has, and experience. I've counseled long-term homeless people. I myself was homeless for a brief time, and also worked as a counselor with substance abuse recovery clients, people who have dealt with mental health issues, including suicide prevention counseling, worked with at-risk youth as a paralegal and community organizer. And having been homeless and now living, I feel, a pretty good life with the benefit of a number of the programs that clients would utilize, like besides Section 8, Medicare, Medi-Cal, IHSS, SNAP, and the food bank. I can relate to a lot of the issues that would come up with people who would qualify for those services and may or may not need help with dealing with the administrative requirements to get the services and maintain them. Also, I had worked in a program that was in Marin County the 1 year since I moved to Santa Rosa area in 1983. The 1 year I lived outside of the county and lived in Novato. That program was for long-term homeless folks who, not only to help them get housing, but to learn and maintain the skills needed to maintain that housing. A lot of people who lived on the street have very high skills for surviving on the street, but when it comes to transportation, making and keeping appointments in a timely way, and the paperwork required to maintain whatever services they might be entitled to, even just obtaining free or donated furniture from charitable organizations, stuff like that. So we help people make that transition. And yeah, I guess the last couple of years when I've been privileged to be on the board and learn more of what the Housing Authority has been doing to try to increase the supply of housing in this area. And we've made some good strides, but obviously in this era of the dismantling of the social safety net, having affordable housing is critical, and trying to maintain and increase that is very important.
Thank you for that response. Question number 2, what interests you about serving on the Housing Authority Commission?
Well, I have an enormous respect for my fellow commissioners and for the staff of the Housing Authority. And I'd like to be able to contribute in this way in the future. Now being retired, I do deal with some health issues, but the two main kind of work issues that I'm dealing with that I really enjoy, I mean, they're not paid. It's besides working with a housing authority on the board is I volunteer with Indivisible. And although I was not in the service, I was drafted and served 2 years as a conscientious objector. I do stand vigil frequently with other people in Indivisible, veterans and service workers in veterans health care. Every week we have from 11 to 1 on Fridays, if anyone's interested. We have a vigil in front of the Vets Clinic in Santa Rosa. And, you know, when I was in my 20s, there was a saying, if you're not part of the solution, you're part of the problem. And I took that to heart. And although I earned my master's over half a century ago, I decided that living a life of service with lower income than I could have had otherwise was something that was, it's been so fulfilling to me that I can't measure it in terms of dollars, and I would love to be able to continue contributing in this way in the next couple of years.
Thank you for that response as well. And the final question, give us a sense of your understanding of the mission and responsibilities of the Housing Authority.
And this is not in any prioritized order, but basically a lot of it is negotiating the administrative minefield in this era of the dismantling of a lot of the social safety nets. And my understanding is funding is not yet secure for this year from the federal government, and that's where the huge majority of housing authorities' income comes from, to increase the supply of affordable housing, to help people, lower income people, get decent housing and affordable housing. And I'm having a little senior moment blank right now, so that's what comes to mind off the top.
No problem. I'll look to my colleagues. Any follow-up questions? No more questions from council. Doug, thank you again for your years of work on the Housing Authority.
Thanks so much.
And
sir.
thanks for being here today.
Thank you.
We'll do a second check for Cade Olds, Linda Martin, or Rhonda Towner. Are Cade, Linda, or Rhonda here? If not, we'll conclude the interview portion of this item and we'll go on to public comment. Are there any members of the public here who would like to make comment on this item? Seeing none, we will conclude public comment. And as we are not yet at 4 o'clock, we've got 18 minutes of break. So again, thanks to everyone who applied for the Housing Authority positions and who came for the interviews. We will reconvene in 18 minutes. Thank you.
One question, sir. When would decisions be made and would candidates be notified?
Thank you for your patience, everyone. The time is precisely 4 o'clock, so we will reconvene. Madam City Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Thank you. Councilmember Rogers?
Present.
Councilmember Okrepke?
Here.
Councilmember McDonald? Aye. Councilmember Fleming? Councilmember Banuelos?
Here.
Vice Mayor Alvarez?
Present.
Mayor Stapp?
Here.
Let the record show that all council members are present with the exception of Councilmember Fleming.
Thank you. We'll move on to item 7.1, our report on our closed session. Madam City Attorney?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have no report from closed session. I will note for the record that Councilmember Fleming did participate in the closed session from the very beginning.
Thank you. Move on to item 9.1, our Community Empowerment Plan update. Misty Wood, come down and join us.
Anna Orta, who is out of the office at the moment. At the last council meeting, there was a brief discussion about the graduation from the Teen Culinary Job Training Pilot Program. I wanted to let you know that graduation video is on the Santa Rosa City YouTube channel. So that's on YouTube at City of Santa Rosa if you're interested. Tonight is National Night Out. This is a nationwide movement to build relationships between law enforcement and the people that they serve. Our Santa Rosa Police Department and Fire Department are in the Dick's Sporting Goods parking lot. They will be there very shortly from 5:30 to 7:30 tonight. That's at 1975 Cleveland Avenue. This is a free, family-friendly event with resource booths, food, games, activities. Everybody is welcome to attend. On August 7th, the Santa Rosa Fire Department will be attending the Sonoma County Youth Ecology Corps Opportunity Fair. That'll be at 2227 Capricorn Way from 9 to 10 a.m. The fair is open to the public and will include mock interviews with local employers and also educational opportunities about local land stewardship. On August 18th from 4 to 5:30 p.m., there is a community open house to discuss the Marin-Sonoma Coordinated Transit Services Plan proposed services changes. The open house will be at the downtown library here at 211 East Street in the Forum Room. And that open house is hosted by Santa Rosa City Bus, Sonoma County Transit, Sonoma Marin Area Rail Transit, commonly called the SMART Train, and Golden Gate Transit. Everybody is encouraged to attend to learn about the program and also provide any feedback they may have. And finally, we have our City of Santa Rosa's Economic Development Division survey. They're doing a brief neighborhood survey. It takes about 5 minutes to complete, and it's for all 7 city council districts so they can learn more about the business and economic development needs, including arts and cultural opportunities. So both residents and business owners are encouraged to take that survey. It is open through August 15th, and anybody interested in taking the survey can go to srcity.org/district survey. And that concludes the Community Empowerment Plan update for August.
Oops, Misty, thank you very much. All right, bringing it back to council for questions. Anything down at this end? Anything down at this end? Well, I would ask questions, but I've been informed by multiple of my colleagues that we're supposed to hustle out so we can all attend the National Night Out at Dick's Sporting Goods. And again, that's 4:30 to 7:30 tonight?
That is correct, yep.
All right, perfect. All right, Misty, thank you very much for this report.
You're welcome, thank you.
We'll go to public comment on this item. Any members of the public wish to comment on the Community Empowerment Plan update? Peter, is that you?
This is regarding what she just spoke of, is that correct?
Correct, yes.
And so this also included the law enforcement evening out, and so I will be glad to address that. And in support of law enforcement, I always advise people and law enforcement to be involved with the CSPOA, which is the Constitutional Sheriff's Peace Officers Association. I find that law enforcement is in a lot of trouble these days, which is why the public has a strength and an ability and a responsibility to step forward and to shut down the corruption from the very high ends of what's going on. And where that is those that circumvent the U.S. Constitution. Dennis Schulke, in his book Above the Law, emphasized and showed us the missing 13th Amendment, which clearly states that no one with a title of nobility may hold public office in America. People think there's Republicans and Democrats in D.C. There are not. The House and the Senate is dominated by Bar Association lawyers, which is the British Attorney Registry, which confer upon their lying lawyers the title of nobility called Esquire. Esquires run the show in D.C. in service to the U.S. to the bankers that maintain all the wars. These Esquires do not serve the people, not you, not me. They simply dictate terms on behalf of these bankers that maintain all the wars that never seem to stop. And so it is incumbent upon us, especially the women, to arise free of all compromise and shut down the game, because obviously men have no problem with the second-class nature of women, even in the States. And so it is, the power that we have is in the U.S. Constitution. The 40-day strike frees the U.S. Constitution, in which case I am commanding law enforcement to remove every bar lawyer from public office. They don't belong there. We have been taken over a long time ago by these shenanigans and games, and we're all suffering for it. This small percentage of, there's 90,000 law enforcement in California to 320,000 bar lawyers. Let me ask you, how many of them got their hands in your pocket as we speak? $3 a gallon more for gas, taxes upon taxes upon taxes, the DMV with all their millions of rules. Where does all that money go? It goes into the pockets of lawyers. The power we have is the power of the Christos light, the light of Christ in our hearts, to let go, let it flow, and become the show as the most powerful people the world has ever seen. I am Peter, and I am, till all knees are remanding, I am commanding the 40-day strike that begins with this full moon. It's the rising sun. The full moon. This is the power of truth and love, supported from beyond and above. It is so, it is done.
Thank you, Peter. Are there any other members of the public who'd like to speak on this item? Seeing none, we will close public comment and we'll go on to item 10, our city manager and city attorney's reports. Madam City Manager.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of council. I have no updates this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam City Attorney.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have no report either.
All right. We'll go to public comment then on this item. Any members of the public wish to comment on the city manager or city attorney reports, such as they were? This is item 10. Seeing none, we'll move on to item 11, statements of abstention or recusal by council members. Are there any statements of abstention or recusal tonight? There are none. Let's move on to mayors and council members' reports. Are there any reports this evening from the dais? Ms. Benuelos.
Thank you, Mayor. I just have a really quick report from the Sonoma County Homeless Coalition. At the last coalition, the group received an update from the County of Sonoma Department of Health Services that they plan to release a notice of funding availability in NOFA for Measure O funding in the near future in the amount of $10 million to fund homeless services and behavioral health services programs and systems for the current fiscal 2025-2026 that have experienced funding loss. So that's really good news for us. And many others as well. The coalition received a report from the County Department of Health Services on preliminary data from the 2025 point in time. I know everybody's been talking about the point in time homeless count. The preliminary data registered 1,140 people experiencing homelessness in the city of Santa Rosa. This represents a 16% decrease from the 2024 count, which was 1,365 persons, and a 31% decrease from the 2022 count, which was 1,658 persons. The full report is anticipated to be released by the county in the near future, and that's my report for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Rogers.
Thank you, Mayor. I need to make a couple of appointments. So Garmin Pond to the Board of Parks and Recs, and Jennifer Pickrell to Bikes and Ped, and thank them both for their willingness to serve. I also have one open appointment that I need to make for arts in public places. So if anyone is wishing to serve on that board, please let me know. I had the opportunity of attending the National Black Caucus of Local Elected Officials NBC Leo 2025 Summer Conference, and we covered subjects such as neighborhood and built-in environment, economic stability, healthcare, and how it's impacting minority communities and educational access. And then yesterday, the WAC and TAC met August 4th, and the WAC approved the new Sonoma Water Marin Water Agreement. The WAC also approved an ad hoc committee to solicit interest for the WAC leadership for 2026, 2027. So the ad hoc will take names of people that would like to serve in the chair and vice chair positions, elect them in November, and they will take office in February. Sonoma Water staff provided an overview of the new biological opinion that was issued by the National Marine Fisheries Service earlier this year. The biological opinion is a 10-year framework that outlines various measures that Sonoma Water must implement to protect federally listed endangered fish species and marine mammals in the Russian River watershed. And lastly, with some good news, due to Sonoma Water's lobbying efforts, and I'm sure many others, Congress has begun to restore federal funding appropriations for the Russian River-related activities, including programs specific to the U.S. Army Corps management of Lake Mendocino and Lake Sonoma, the Pacific Coastal Recovery Fund, and continued funding for forecast informed reservoir operations, which are very important to our area. And Sonoma Water will continue to advocate for these funds at the House and Senate, finalizing budget appropriations. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Mr. Okrepke.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to make a quick appointment to the Art and Public Places Committee, and I will be appointing Lauren Peters.
Thank you. Ms. Fleming.
Thank you, Mayor. I had the incredible opportunity to visit the geysers operated by Calpine in Lake County last week. It was a tour that included a bunch of local elected officials and involved community folks. And we went up there and we got to see this facility. I mean, it's the largest geothermal production plant in the world. It's been operating since 1960. It powers everything we do here at the City of Santa Rosa, I'm pleased to report. And moreover, it's something that's available to anybody in Sonoma County and beyond, frankly. If you're interested in purchasing clean, renewable energy, you can visit us at sonomacleanpower.org. Thank you.
Excellent update. And for my update, I will simply note that on August 1st, the Sonoma County Fair opened up yet again. It's been packed. Pre-sales, as far as I know, we're ahead of schedule. And this year, for the first time ever, in a striking display of cooperation, members of the Fair Board, the Board of Supervisors, and this council combined to bid on a rabbit at the livestock auction. So congratulations to Luke Massa of Canfield 4-H. Our group purchased your rabbit. I'm not clear yet of when we will actually get to have this rabbit in council chambers, but that is a goal. But again, this council, as well as the Board of Soups and the Fair Board, were proud to support all the 4-Hers and the livestock auction this year. And that concludes our mayor and council members' reports. We can open it up for public comment. Michael, why don't you kick it off?
Yeah, my name is Michael Hilber. I'm speaking to 12.1.8. You have an appointee to the Groundwater Sustainability Agency who's utterly incompetent and corrupt.
Thank you, Michael. Are there any other members of the public who'd like to speak? Peter, go for it.
Okay, thank you, Mayor, and to everybody down there, blessings for your good intentions and good works. So I'm looking at this list of the 12 points on the Mayor's Council. That's where we're at. And the first one that came to my mind is 12.1.2, talk about the climate. I think, generally speaking, there's a climate of fear and frustration. And I shoot down to agricultural preservation, and I'm looking at over in Lake County, there's 400 acres on fire, and with they're hardly contained with that. And I've submitted dozens of times over the years the Living Cactus Fence program, which is a wall of water and the most underrated food source on land. Perhaps it just makes too much sense, but I invite you to consider it more so than ever before. I know a lady that presses 10,000 pounds every month in Mexico and sells cactus water. It's the most underrated food source on land, and it stops a fire. So then I come down here to clean power, number 12.1.6, and I'm thinking what I'm calling for now from myself and all those whose hearts are true is the power of spiritual courage and of critical thinking as we deal with the homeless issue. And I'm reminded that Sister Jane Kelly had a lot of courage. She was very much involved in helping children. She worked with the homeless. And tomorrow in Ukiah is a memorial for Sister Jane, who I knew, and she was really quite wonderful. And so on behalf of her and the Times, I'm calling forth all women warriors to arise free of all compromise, and command ye the 40-day shutdown of the financial apparatus that's allowing for all this insanity to happen so that we can safeguard the future of the children and the grandchildren. We are the most powerful people in the most powerful state, and we've been given to think on certain lines, no matter if we're politicians or if we're workers or if we're business owners. But all that needs to change into a one direction, which is courage, spiritual courage to open up the promised land, which is beneath our feet. That's why Luther Burbank stopped here and said this is the best place of all the earth to grow veggies and fruits, and Cactus Pete says do it the right way, we end all disputes. So the women have every reason to stop coming together and shut down this system. They also have the children in common, but we also have veterans in common, because most of us have veterans in our families. And one man who definitely did what he did on behalf of the children, which was to try to stop the heroin trade way back, is Dr. Jeffrey McDonald, the Green Beret surgeon, who still, after 54 years, is still in prison. And no politician on either side of the fence is doing a darn thing about it, but I tell you, the 40-day strike will set him free. And for us to pretend these things don't occur is a very sad state of affairs on our own hearts. And the chain by Stevie Nicks, Fleetwood Mac, is to bring the women together. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Are there any other members of the public that would like to speak on this item? Seeing none, we will close public comment, and we're going to go on to item 12.2.1, where we will be making appointments to the Housing Authority. For those of you who are with us at 3 o'clock this afternoon, we interviewed 7 candidates. And now we have the responsibility of deciding which candidates, or which of the candidates gets to serve as an at-large representative, and which of the candidates gets to serve as a senior representative. And eventually, well, you know what? Let's go to public comment to start on this item. Are there any members of the public here who wish to comment on the board, commission, and on the Housing Authority appointments? Seeing none, we will close public comment. I suggest that we bring it back to the board and have a little bit of discussion here. Council, rather. Apologies. But have a bit of discussion here because we had a number of good candidates. Would anybody like to start out with any thoughts on the at-large representative?
I made notes on these, if I may, Mayor. I think that that Scott Withers was a standout with his commitment to housing for the at-large position, And Angela Conti, I tend to think that if someone's serving and doing a good job and wants to keep on showing up, that's oftentimes a good way to go. So I would propose both of those folks.
What percentage of your support for Scott is because he specifically called out social workers?
I mean, listen, we're all biased. Do you want to get into this here?
No, it was a rhetorical question.
Okay.
All right.
I mean, that notwithstanding, I thought that he was a solid candidate.
I thought both Scott and Christopher presented really well. I agree.
Oh, I said Scott and Angela.
I'm just talking for the at-large representative right now.
Okay. All right.
Other thoughts? Looking to colleagues.
Mr. Mayor, I'm just going to, I believe that the clerk has made a recommendation that you all maybe do the senior representative first, because only certain candidates are qualified for that position. All of the candidates are qualified for the at-large position. So it may make some sense for you to decide who your senior representative will be first.
Good suggestion. Let's do it that way. So reversing the order. Senior representative, thoughts from the council. Mr. Kripke.
Yeah, I will continue the support that Councilmember Fleming put forward for Angela. I think, once again, if you've been on a board or a commission and you've spent that time getting to understand the process, how things go, how to work with staff, that having that knowledge base is a key component to continue forward and to make it more of a more cohesive and effective board going forward, just because you don't have to bring another person up to speed, and I don't see any reason for her work that she's already done to be excluded, so I would support her going forward.
Thank you for that input. Other thoughts from council? Ms. Benuelos?
Thank you, Mayor. I, too, would support Angela for the senior position for the same reasons.
It sounds like we're coalescing around Angela for the senior position appointment. Taking a quick straw poll. Does anybody disagree with that? I see heads nodding. All right, back to the at-large representative. We have one statement in support of Scott Wimmer. Thoughts on any of the other, on actually the one other candidate? Ms. Rogers?
Not another candidate, but I like Scott.
Succinctly put, I applaud that. Mr. Kripke?
I would support Scott as well. I think one thing that is key to point out is this is, I believe, his second time applying for this position. So I think that shows a sense of dedication as well as an eagerness to serve. As he said himself, he did serve in the military, so a little bit of selflessness and desire to serve the community is, I think, important.
And he knows how to play to the internal politics of that end of the dais. That speaks in his favor as well. Any other thoughts, Ms. McDonald?
I'm absolutely fine with the two candidates that we're putting forward or considering putting forward, but I would just like to say this, when we hear people that come and apply for these positions, it always warms my heart to know that there's people in our community that are willing to serve, and a lot of them had lived experience, which I think is also really important when we're working with the Housing Authority and working with our staff. And so while the two candidates we're putting forward I'm absolutely fine with, I would say that a lot of them that stood out to me were the ones that maybe didn't have the background of being on the commission, but wanted to serve the community and wanted to help. And so my hope is that they find another way to either work with the city or work with the nonprofits that work with the community. And I just want to say thank you, actually, to all of them who applied.
Thank you for doing that. Yes, we're glad we had so many applicants and so many came to interview in person tonight. Other thoughts on the at-large representative, or have we coalesced around a motion here? Before we make that specific motion, I'm looking to our city attorney for guidance. Do we not have to determine officially by what method we're going to make this appointment? Did I understand that correctly?
I think it probably would be prudent. This rule gives you the option and doesn't default to either one. So you've adopted a rule in your protocols, and for this particular type of selection from the dais, the rule provides that it can be either by elimination or by motion. So I would suggest that you make a motion. That said, if you right now start making motions to appoint, by virtue of making that motion, you've selected. If you would rather do by elimination, I would suggest you have a motion that says we're going to do this by elimination.
Looking for quick head nods. We're okay with motions? All right. Thank you for that, Madam City Attorney. And Ms. Benuelos, we're over to you.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, I move to appoint Angela Conte to the Tenant Commissioner Senior position and to appoint Scott Weimer to the Tenant Commissioner at Large vacancy.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and then a second by Ms. Rogers. Madam City Clerk, whenever you're ready to call the vote.
Thank you. Councilmember Rogers?
Aye.
Councilmember Okrepke?
Aye.
Councilmember McDonald?
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming?
Yes.
Councilmember Benuelos?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Alvarez?
Aye.
Mayor Stepp?
Aye.
Let the record show this passes unanimously.
Thank you all for that good discussion. We'll move on to item 13.1, our approval of minutes. Are there any edits to the minutes from anyone on council? Seeing none, we can adopt the minutes as submitted. We'll move on to item 14, consent. Madam City Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor. Item 14.1, resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa confirming the amount of an administrative cost recovery lien, confirming and ordering the recovery of administrative costs assessed and imposed by the administrative hearing officer for violations of city code provisions occurring on the property at 715 Placer Court, Santa Rosa, APN 035-440-023, and ordering the administrative cost recovery lien be collected on the tax roll by the Sonoma County Tax Collector. Item 13.2, resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa authorizing the Director of Transportation and Public Works to submit transit project applications and related documents under SCTCA funding program cycle 2 and authorizing the Chief Financial Officer to increase appropriations equal to any awarded funding. Item 14.3, resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa approving the First Amendment to Professional Services Agreement number F002912 with Alvarez and Marsal Public Sector Services, LLC, to amend the scope of services and increase compensation in the amount of $290,000 for a total amount not to exceed $389,500. Item 14.4, ordinance, second reading, ordinance of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa amending section 1-04.020 of the Santa Rosa City Code.
Thank you. Looking to council to see if there are any questions or concerns with any of the consent items. Ms. Benuelos.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I did have a question about, I think it's 14.1.
Mr. Kirk, if you wouldn't mind. Thank you.
Hi. Thank you. Just really quickly, I read over the staff report a couple of times, and I was just, and then I looked at the picture that was part of the packet here, and I didn't know that, and maybe you could explain it to me a little bit, that if you own a home and you have it looked to me like, I didn't drive by there, and I apologize, I wish I had time to do that, but I didn't know if you had, a good size driveway and you put your RV there, that you can't just keep it there. Is that what the resident is being fined for specifically? And I think she's got 4 different vehicles there. And I saw the other picture, I think that's a resident sent, where it showed there was a vehicle that was sticking out, but that doesn't look like that's at issue here. So maybe you could just explain it a little bit more so I understand what we're fining her for.
Absolutely, happy to. Can you hear me okay? So there's a number of code sections that apply to this property. In answer to your question, if you have a driveway of sufficient length that you can store an RV or a trailer on it and it's not in your setback, so this property, for example, has a 20-foot front yard setback, you can't store it if it's inoperative or not being used. If it's being used on a current basis, for example, if you own an RV and it's your work drive, that's not a problem. It's more about the storage in the front yard setback. Beyond that front yard setback, there's not a violation to park it, but it has to be operative and it can't be lived in. So with this particular incident, we had the trailer hooked up to electricity and water, and that was evidence to us that it was being lived in. It was also partially in the front yard setback. So that was one of the issues. The other issue with the vehicles is that they were inoperative. An inoperative vehicle can only be inside an enclosed garage in the city of Santa Rosa. It's for aesthetics, health and safety, things like that. The vehicle's blocking the sidewalk. It's also a violation of not only city code, but the California Vehicle Code.
And my other question was, when the hearing came and the resident came to the hearing, and I can't remember the dates off the top of my head now, did that person respond as far as they were, as to the, I don't know, a reason or how they were going to pay, or if they had trouble paying? What was the issue?
I did not attend that particular hearing. It was back in March. And I know that the property owner did appear and did speak to the hearing officer, and it was the hearing officer's finding that the cost be confirmed. So whatever led him to that, I think suggests that our code enforcement action was proper.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from council? Let's open it up to public comment. Peter, let's start with you. Then Michael, you can go next.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. So, codes are like statutes. They are not law. And if they are confirmed as unconstitutional, they are therefore void. If someone has a property that they own and they're going to be charged for every little thing on that property over and over again, where's all that money going? It's going to Bar Association lawyers once again. Financial impositions harm and bury the poor first, the very ones that need our protection more than the others. Back in 1992 and 2008, we had the so-called usurious bankers planned recession, whereas millions lost their homes. They lost their life savings, millions. And everybody stood back and watched, hoping that they were not next. What did Martin Luther King say? We're all in the same boat now. You just going to push out the poor? Charge them? I mean, look what just happened with the homeless in San Francisco. They won some case and the lawyers were granted $2.7 million, but two of the hundreds of homeless got $11,000 each, just two of them. But the lawyers split $2.7 million. This is beyond unacceptable to me, and it should be to you too. Bankers and lawyers, two groups of people that learned linguistics of deception. They don't work except with each other to steal from us. And we don't get bothered by it until it causes us financial stress. But a lot of us make a lot of money, so we're not too worried about it until it becomes more overbearing. Well, 320,000 bar lawyers in California is pretty insane. That's 5 to every law enforcement officer that actually does a job. And they're the ones that are maligned by the media owned by the bankers. No one ever complains about the bar lawyers because, hey, they're out of sight. They're busy laughing their way to the usurious bankers and putting their money aside for this, that, and the other. We are all better than this. And I will tell you this. The 40-day strike will free your city councils and supervisors from the United Nations federal entanglements by bar lawyers. Because I got to believe most of you are well-meaning individuals, and I know you're hampered by these things. But the strike will set them free because the real corruption is at the federal and the state level. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Michael, you're up.
Can we see the picture on the overhead? Is this activated?
One moment.
Okay. Well, anyway, I'm the one who submitted the online comment on this item, and I hope you all read it. This is an abusive fine here.
Michael, just a moment. That picture is very out of focus. Is it possible to?
Well, it's the one that the staff took, so I don't know how to focus it, but. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Michael, just one clarification. Did you do an online comment for this item? Are we a double comment situation?
What?
I'm looking at our city manager and city attorney. So this would be a second comment? Okay, so Michael, you submitted online, so then you can't do a second comment in person.
Okay, well, just make sure you read over my comment because
we will look at your comment. Thank you very much. Any other members of the public wish to comment on the consent items? Seeing none, we will close public comment on this item. And Vice Mayor, over to you.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to move items 14.1 through 14.4 and waive further reading of the text.
Second.
We have a motion and a second by Mr. Okrepke. Madam City Clerk, call the vote whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Councilmember Rogers?
Yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Okrepke?
Aye.
Councilmember MacDonald?
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming?
Yes.
Councilmember Banuelos?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Alvarez?
Aye.
Mayor Stepp?
Aye.
Let the record show this passes unanimously.
Thank you. Since the time is not yet 5 o'clock, we're going to skip ahead to item 16.1, our first report item of the evening, where I believe it's Rachel Eid is going to be presenting on our mascots, or the mascots plan update, rather.
All right, good afternoon, Mayor Stapp and members of council. We're pleased to be back here to report on this item. I'm Rachel Eid, Deputy Director, Transit, and with me here tonight is Matt Wilcox, the city's lead planner on the mascots effort. As you may recall, we brought a preliminary report on this item back in December when we were in the initial analysis phase. We've now completed the plan. It's out for public engagement currently. So Matt will be providing an overview of the completed transit service plan developed through this very collaborative effort among six transit operators in Marin and Sonoma County, the Transportation Authority of Marin, SCTCA, and MTC. This plan reflects a really unprecedented level of coordination among all of these entities and contains elements that are really a dramatic remaking of the regional transit network in Marin and Sonoma County. So definitely something we want to get the public's eyes on and get a lot of comment on. Matt will also be going over some of the public engagement opportunities coming up and how people can learn more and get involved. And with that, I'll turn it over to Matt.
Good afternoon, Council, Mayor. As Rachel mentioned, this is the Mascots Plan, which stands for Marin Sonoma Coordinated Transit Service Plan. It works, if you really think about it. So, as Rachel mentioned, it's a collaborative effort. Really, kind of the gist of the collaboration is to look at the north-south corridor along 101 as if we were one agency, despite the multiple agencies that do serve that corridor. Just to give you a sense of where we've come and where we are. This process came about in summer 2024 with the use of a consultant and staff, including myself and planning staff from the other agencies, moving through to understanding what conditions exist now and then moving now into a review of actual service suggestions and public outreach regarding those suggestions. And looking forward. The intent is to implement this in early 2026. If that aligns with the regional service changes that have been established. As a region, the Bay Area agencies changed our schedules in August, and early August, and early January. So in this case, we're aiming for January 2026. Just some sense of the existing conditions. Since the pandemic, travel patterns have changed along the 101 corridor. Golden Gate was once a primary commute option for individuals going into San Francisco. But since then, with work from home and just other changing factors, it's become apparent that SMART is now the primary mode of public transportation along the 101 corridor, specifically from Sonoma to Marin and beyond. So the key recommendations to come out of the study is to streamline overlapping service, and that's kind of a common theme across the Bay Area, is looking at where is duplication, how can we consolidate services. Improving connections, it's really important that you can have a strong commute corridor, but you need to get people to that commute corridor. So agencies like ourselves, City Bus, are an integral part of the whole transportation network, not only to provide local trips, but also to provide those first and last mile connections to the major commute corridors. And then the other part of it is matching service to demand. So this is kind of one of the harder things, but it's really a good jumping off point to create ridership growth, is really hone in on where the strongest markets are. And then once those are established, kind of spreading out from there to expand the transit network. Just a brief summary of the recommendations. The most substantive changes are happening in Marin, specifically with Golden Gate Transit. For Sonoma, that means less 101 service. It's a truncated 101 service, which SMART would then be the de facto option for your north-south travel between the two counties. As for City Bus specifically and the other local operators, as I mentioned before, local bus connections are going to be imperative for that success. So us connecting to SMART stations, which we do with a high level of frequency now, but part of what we have in plans is more direct service to both stations within Santa Rosa. So transit becomes a more useful option for everyone as they move from their house to the train to their final destination, or vice versa. So rider benefits of recommendations, obviously we do this all in the lens of making improvements for the riders, and the intent is to make an easier understand network. With more routes, you kind of get a spaghetti looking situation and it's hard to understand at a glance. But with this, especially with a rail service taking a dominant role, it's a much easier system to understand where you can get to with just a glance at a map. More frequency, more options. Everyone likes a little bit of play in their schedule, and having more frequency allows people to make those choices that better align with what's going on in their lives. Better regional connections, once again, that helps. Our City Bus will help with that, getting people to those regional connections. Increased SMART service, connecting to the Larkspur Ferry, also then connecting to the Golden Gate routes that have been truncated that could provide more frequency. Once again, transfers are going to happen in transit systems, but if we can make them, easier to understand and more reliable, then it's a benefit overall, even if you do have to switch your mode of transit. So benefits directly to the transit operators. The projected increase is 8 to 15% of trips provided by the transit operators. That isn't just one specific operator, that's kind of as a whole. And as I mentioned before, we're looking at this as if we were one agency. So reinvesting hours into higher demand service or higher demand areas, and you get a bigger bang for your buck essentially with the reinvestment. There's no new capital. We're all established with our fleets that can provide the expansion of hours. And then the impact on the riders, obviously there'll be some re-education that's necessary to make sure that people that maybe took one route that's no longer there, or one trip that's no longer there, that other options are still there, and in some cases, those may end up being better options or more desirable options for the rider. So a timeline looking forward, right now we're in the public outreach phase, as Rachel mentioned, and as was mentioned earlier in the meeting, that their outreach has been done in Marin already. We have our Sonoma County outreach scheduled for August 18th at the downtown library. If you can make it, that would be great. Provide feedback. If you can't make that, it's okay. There will be other opportunities. We also have another event scheduled for Petaluma. And then there's also a survey available for anybody that does not wish to attend the events or is unable to, but would like to provide feedback. And that can be found at mascotsplan.org. It's a hosted website by Golden Gate Transit. So that has all the pertinent information about the plan for both Sonoma and Marin counties. There are 2 separate surveys. You can do both, but one is Marin specific and one is Sonoma specific. That way people can really hone in on what they want to provide feedback on. And just to also point out, this is a pilot. So we intend to evaluate after 2 years. It gives us sufficient time to evaluate if this is successful. Are the changes benefiting the communities that they're intended to serve? A lot of the time we can shortchange ourselves on pilots, but I think with this 2 years is a good amount of time for us to evaluate the effect that it can have on the transit system. And then finally, just if you have any constituents reach out to you, the website I mentioned, mascotsplan.org, is the best option, and they're on there. And in the agenda packet was a 1-sheet fact sheet that gives a pretty good overview of what we're hoping to achieve with this project. And with that, I'll open up to any questions the council may have.
Thank you both. This really is an important update to this region. Looking to council for questions. Mr. Krepke?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you so much for this presentation. Obviously, this is hugely important for the mobility of the entirety of the county, and City Bus plays a very important role in that. And not just the county, but the entire North Bay area and the 101 corridor. Can you speak a little, as we all know, the best things in life aren't free. So could you speak to a little bit about the funding of this and why it's important to be funded in certain ways?
Yeah, that's a great question, because even though this is what we call revenue hour neutral, like the number of service hours stays the same, we are shifting a focus within Sonoma County on service on a bus system to a rail system. There are increased operating costs associated with that. And so over the past year as well, we've had a group working on the funding, as you know, and working really collaboratively among the agencies, and we've worked out a funding approach for this plan, where in our coordinated claim, where we divide up our Transportation Development Act funds here in Sonoma County, we'll be shifting to a new formula that will allocate some additional revenues to SMART to support increased frequency and span of service on the rail system. It will also provide some additional resources for local bus services, and that is coming out of funding that in the past has gone to Golden Gate Transit. Golden Gate Transit's been a great partner, and there are some benefits to their overall efficiency and serving their markets better to this plan. So they've been able to absorb that reduction in funding to allow this plan to be fully funded. I should also note MTC is providing some really critical startup funding as well, because we do want to implement this in the middle of a fiscal year to get it going. And so MTC is providing several $100,000 to help bridge the gap in the current fiscal year, so we can get, once we're done with public outreach, we've incorporated the public feedback, we can really focus on implementing right away.
Excellent. Ms. Benuelos.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. I'm just sort of wondering, just as someone that from time to time has to use different services, I'm just wondering, how will this affect the Golden Gate Transit?
Go ahead.
You're talking about the riders or just the agency itself?
Well, that agency itself, I guess, would be one thing, but also the ability for folks to still use it if they'd rather use that than SMART.
Part of that is I mean, that was kind of one of the cost benefits of it was, you know, the service is similar. Smart is higher use, and that's, we talked about, you know, aiming the dollars where the largest demand is. There are some riders that will have some burden put on them because they do not have the service that they may have been using at that point. This isn't all said and done. That's why we have the public outreach. And if this is all based off the preliminary findings of the study, if you know the public feedback comes back, there may be a need to reevaluate where those changes are made. I will say I don't have the exact numbers, but the level of riders that are just franchised from just completely no transit access is extremely minimal in this situation. A lot of it revolves around the later night service that Golden Gate provides to Sonoma County, as SMART isn't at that late of a service level yet.
Right.
That's
I think
about
that
12 riders. I apologize for interrupting. I just wanted to add one clarification because I'm not sure if it came through in the presentation. The proposal is for the Golden Gate commute services to remain as they are today. So the 172, 174, those services would be consolidated into one route for greater legibility and efficiency. But those services would still exist from Santa Rosa. It would be the 101 service that's the sort of all-day bus. That people do use as an intercity bus. So that would be a shift where those folks would have as a primary option SMART. I do also want to note that it would actually be a reduced cost. That's one thing we've looked at throughout this. We didn't want to take away a bus service and then have people paying more. We've done the fare analysis. It will actually be less expensive for people to travel on SMART. So we've looked at those things, and I think it's about 12 riders that on average use the late night service, and that is obviously, you know, an area where there would not be another option. And so it's something we're really looking to get feedback on in the outreach.
Okay, that's good. I am concerned about that. I think for me, in terms of SMART, because I have a station that's not far from me, that's Railroad Square, but I can't use it because it's too far for me to walk and get there in time to get to my work, to get, the connectivity is not there, you know, and I see it every day. I see people get off near, I work at Sonoma State, they get off, they still have to wait for a bus or take an Uber. You know, the connectivity is not there, and so they end up being late every day. So I'm just wondering, are we really there yet? I mean, I understand that since the pandemic, things have changed, but a lot of folks have been required, myself included, to go back to the office, and I think that's going to happen more and more. Unfortunately, I haven't seen it be less. So with that reality, I'm just concerned about the connectivity and the cost. The other thing for a lot of people is the cost of SMART. It's not, you know, the bus is still, you know, more affordable, you know, in the long term. So those are some of the concerns that I have.
Thanks for those comments. And, you know, we'll be coming back to council in the fall with the results of the outreach and can report back on what we heard from riders about some of those themes. And I'll just chime in on the connectivity piece. I mean, it's very true. This network plan really requires the local operators to find ways to step up within our resources to create that connectivity to SMART. Sometimes it's the same connection that we currently have to Golden Gate and SMART. Sometimes it needs to be a little bit different. And so that's something that we'll be working on in concert with the regional operators. And I know Sonoma County Transit as well is embarking on an operational analysis looking at that and how they could reconfigure some of their services as well in concert with City Bus and Petaluma Transit to make those connections stronger. So when we come back in the fall on this item, we'll definitely be sure to follow up on those points.
Ms. McDonald.
Thank you for the presentation. Along the same lines as Councilmember Buñuelos, I had a question about the cost of bus pass and the cost of versus cost of SMART, just so we can get information out. And it goes along the same lines of people, a lot of times they're using it for choice so that they don't have a car or cost of car, but also it's just because it's more affordable. So is that going to be part of your findings as well? And it's almost a two-part question. Is there any type of programs that either we have in the city of Santa Rosa that people can apply for to use either our busing programs or SMART?
Yeah, so two answers to that. So on the mascotsplan.org website, there's actually a fare analysis people can go take a look at, and it's been set up specifically to demonstrate what the fare differential would be between using the 101 bus and SMART. In every case on that analysis, it's neutral or less expensive in this new plan, and it's by different types of trips. So we feel that actually, because SMART's fares are quite affordable, they've reduced their fares significantly from when they first began operations, and at this point, it is actually not going to be more expensive based on where the fare structures are today for riders to make this switch, which is not necessarily what we would think, right? So that analysis is available on the website. And then secondly, we do have several programs, and I will just highlight Clipper Start as being one of the best programs MTC has initiated. It's region-wide. It provides a 50% discount on transit to qualified low-income individuals, low-income adults. And people can find information on the City Bus website about how to apply for that. And the nice thing about that is once you are qualified for Clipper Start and you have that Clipper card, you get that 50% discount on all the systems. So that would be the first thing I would recommend. And then we do have, obviously, we've got our Fare Free for Youth program and our SRGC program and some others. But for folks who are really, where the income is really the barrier to transit, that's a great place to start.
Thank you so much.
Ms. Fleming.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to, I don't have any questions, but I did want to just take a moment to thank you for your work on this. I know that this has not been a fast thing. This has been something you've been working on for quite a long time, and that won't go into effect until next year. I also wanted to take a moment to thank my colleagues over at the MTC, both staff and other commissioners, for supporting this effort, for financing it. I want to thank Golden Gate for coming to the table and being willing to be flexible. You don't really see this kind of regional coordination. I want to thank supervisors Stephanie Moulton-Peters and David Rabbit, as well as the staffs of all the agencies, and in particular SMART, for being willing to go out on a limb and hire additional employees. I know that this is a big step for them, especially in the face of uncertain futures. And I also want to thank SETCA, my colleagues and staff, as well as Transportation Authority Marin. Again, I cannot stress how rare it is to see a collaboration effort across agencies that runs this deeply in order to bring reliable transportation at affordable prices to our constituents. And I think that in this moment in time, you know, we can speculate as to how we got here, and I think there's a million little reasons and a few really horrible ones. But I think one of the things that we were called upon to do, that we just have to do in order to turn things around, is we have to deliver for people in ways that are predictable, reliable, and affordable. And this is a concrete example of government coming forward to do just that. So a sincere thank you.
I applaud that. And just one real-world anecdote. We had our nephew from Santa Clara, our 16-year-old nephew from Santa Clara, staying with us for 7 weeks. And every morning at 6:30, he would hop on the number 8, head down to SMART Station, get himself up to aviation, where he was doing an internship, and then SMART and bus himself back every night. He thought it was the greatest thing in the world. He couldn't believe it. He got to hop on the bus and the train for free, and it got him to his internship every day. So there are lots of happy commuters out there. And on that subject, hypothetically, you mentioned that service to SMART stations might be on the increase, depending on survey results and finances, et cetera. Take, for example, the number 8 line. What might happen with that in the future in terms of connectivity with downtown and the SMART station?
No plans for direct service, but we are looking at ways to, a lot of our service doesn't make a through connection east-west. So we're looking at ways to make that happen, whether it's either from like a time transfer, or if you're familiar with transit terminology, we interline our service. So a bus is a 2, and then it comes into the transit mall, and it's an 8. So if we can sync up the schedules that, if you came in on a 8, it would become a 2, and you wouldn't have to get off the bus. You would just continue on, essentially, as far as you're concerned, and end up at the SMART station. Even though the number changed on the bus, you're not removing yourself physically from the bus to make that connection. So that's kind of the interim solution, if we can make those things happen when we do scheduling. Longer term, looking at different ways to serve the community. We have a hub and spoke style service where things come to the transit mall, then they go out. But making sure that we're staying with the times and what makes sense from what the service needs to provide to the public, those things could change.
Thank you for that. You have some happy commuters over in Southeast Santa Rosa. Looking to council for any further questions? Seeing none, let's open it up to public comment. Are there any members of the public who would like to comment on this item? Peter, are you speaking? So we will come to that in a moment. Any public comment on this item? Seeing none, bring it back to council for any final comments. Mr. Krupke.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, again, thank you for the presentation. I want to reiterate Councilmember Fleming's comments about the collaboration that's gone on, and I understand the concerns of some of my colleagues about some routes that may not be as ideal, or some routes that may go away that make connectivity harder. However, it's not like any of these agencies made decisions for the other agencies. SCTCA wasn't making decisions for Golden Gate, and Golden Gate's not making decisions for City Bus, and this was all done in a complete and open method of collaboration. Even to the point where Golden Gate Transit would admit that some of their buses were running basically empty, and so maybe it would be a good idea to take a look at removing some of those. So I'm excited for this. I'm excited for the future. I mean, this all started simply from like, hey, if I lived in Cloverdale and was going to Dominican University, could I get there in less than 3 hours? Right, if I had to take public transportation.
You mean Sonoma State University?
I'm going for, it's multiple counties, so I just want to include everybody. Okay, thank you. But that's kind of how it started, was that theory, right? It was like, do I have to sit at multiple bus stations, or how long do I have to wait to get to where I'm going, when if I just took a car, it would take 45 minutes or a half hour. And so, again, in the spirit of collaboration, I think this is a pretty exceptional thing to be on the precipice of, and I'm excited to see it to get its wheels.
Any other comments before Mr. Krupke accepts the report? All right, Mr. Krupke, back to you for the official acceptance.
Yeah, no action to take. We will receive this report and file it. Thank you very much.
Thank you both. All right, the time is now 5 o'clock, almost on the dot, because again, we run a tight ship here in the city of Santa Rosa. Let's open it up for public comment for items not on the agenda. Are there any members of the public who would like to speak on items that are not listed on the agenda? Peter, I see you standing. It's your time.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. To be as gods, act as gods. Being spectators is being silly sods. To be as goddesses, act as goddesses. They say, God bless America. Well, we're being blessed by the God of greed, who arrives with corruption, masks, and slow poison vaccines with nanotech dust-filled swabs pushed into our children's brains. Better now, true Americans bless God by freezing governmental subsidies designed to undermine all of us, which is oil, which we pump out of the ground here to sell overseas, coal that we dig out of the ground here that we sell overseas, and the slaughterhouse industry that's filled with vaccines, 241 to be exact, out of Fort Detrick, Maryland, APGMD. Women warriors, withhold your monies, fulfilling the prophetic 40-day freedom strike, which is the magical, mystical walk into liberty, then justice in the gardens of Genesis. And so I will read Sister Jane Kelly, American warrior, hero, truly, truly in a world where most at best fiddle as Nero. Sister Jane Kelly certainly came forth as a spark in the dark and knocked it out of the park with power and grace, with a smile on her face, kind of like Joan of Arc. Some might say otherwise, yet Sister Jane took off her disguise, revealing spiritual courage and critical thinking. My friends, it's showtime. Set aside the drugs and drinking. How best to truly honor the efforts and works of Sister Jane? I say together we pull the rug out from under all that is insane. Yes, the war machine continues, financially supported by us. Accept the invitation. All aboard the Freedom Rose bus. We all have an almighty responsibility, children and animals to protect. Warriors united to action when such things we witness and detect. Be ye clear and free of all fear and get ourselves into full gear. Yeshua came not seeking followers, but rather leaders to inspire. Time now this nation to take it ever so higher. I saw Sister Jane Kelly upon Pegasus, leading almighty warriors upon almighty horses against all opposing forces. Along with Joan of Arc in the heavens, they again created the spark that went from spark to fire to flame. The 40-day freedom strike overcomes in winning the game. Those closely listening be filled with cares, so we initiate 10,000 new gardens amid spiritual pardons, strengthening plowshares. I am Peter, I am servant to the Holy Spirit and King of Kings, commanding. The drums are drumming, the guitars are strumming, and I am commanding that which you will witness this full moon, and that be the second coming. It is so, it is done. Aho.
Thank you, Peter. We'll move on to Robert and then Michael.
Robert Kopic, Santa Rosa, District 5. This is about drugs in the Santa Rosa Police Department. The police failed to do anything about the drug dealer across the street from me in Santa Rosa for 4 years. And then he killed his mother in dramatic fashion and burned the house down trying to cover it up while on drugs last year at her house in Mendocino County. This guy has a lifetime history of drugs use and sales. He also killed a 17-year-old kid in 2005 during a drug deal robbery in Southern California. My rep last year, Chris Rogers, did nothing to find out about the dereliction of duty by the Santa Rosa Police Department. Neither the police nor Chief Cregan will do anything about it. Ms. Banuelos gave me an SRPD complaint form. I submitted it against the Santa Rosa Police and Chief John Cregan about 1 week ago. I'm still awaiting the results. Oddly, the complaint went through John Cregan. Strange process. I'm wondering, after many emails and a registered letter to the mayor, nobody here is checking to find out why the taxes for funds for the police are being abused, since it is obvious they failed miserably after many, many reports by myself and the neighbors. I have about 40 to 45 emails I sent to them and documentations of phone calls. 4 years worth of unanswered reports of drugs and criminal behaviors. Can you please explain your lack of interest? Do you work for the people or just do busy work all day long? This affects all 175,000 people in Santa Rosa who pay the taxes and the wages of the police and the city council and John Cregan. I requested he be fired. I'd like a response from somebody, maybe the mayor that I sent the registered letter to and my representative, who unfortunately inherited this thing by Chris Rogers not doing anything all last year. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. Michael, you're up.
Thank you, Michael Hilber. Based on what I just heard, I think that man would make an excellent city council member. He's clear thinking. But anyway, I submitted a bunch of pictures, a good half dozen, showing some fields of tall, dry grass that are, willfully being ignored. And so what this proves is that the Santa Rosa weed ordinance is being used capriciously to rip people off, to take close-up photographs of people's property, to find them, while the vast majority of tall grass is allowed to just exist and be ignored. That makes the fines you approve here illegitimate. It's not being applied in any sort of a sensible fair way. Take a good look at all those pictures I submitted.
Thank you, Michael. Are there any other members of the public who'd like to comment on items not listed on the agenda? Seeing none, we will close this item, and we're going to move on. We're going to skip again to item 17.1, our public hearing for the evening. Our public hearing on a resolution authorizing a grant application for FTA Section 5310 funds for purchase of replacement ADA paratransit vehicles. Do we have Yuri Kozlin here? And Rachel, you're back? All right, welcome back. Thank you both.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. Tonight, Rachel and I are here from the Transit Division and Transportation Public Works seeking your authorization for filing a grant application for FTA Section 5310 funds for purchase of replacement ADA paratransit vehicles. Currently, the Federal Transit Administration funds are used to improve mobility for seniors and people with disabilities. Caltrans is the recipient of the 5310 funds and administers the program, and the Transit Division is seeking approval for to submit a grant with Caltrans requesting $742,500 to purchase 6 replacement ADA paratransit vehicles. The 5310 application process requires this hearing, public agencies to certify that there are no other nonprofit agencies readily able to provide the service that Santa Rosa City Bus is providing with Santa Rosa Paratransit. Readily available, it means that they're willing, interested, and capable of providing the proposed service at a comparable cost to the identified clientele in the same service area with the same hours of frequency and at the same level of service. Currently, what we do is we provide, and Santa Rosa Paratransit provides within 3/4 of a mile of our fixed route service using our city-owned vehicles, and then we administer a city contract for the contracted operations. Other nonprofits may competitively apply for funds for the 5310 program, even if not replacing our paratransit vehicles. So the recommendation is that the Transportation and Public Works Department recommends the council hold a public hearing to receive public comments and determine whether any private nonprofit is ready and able to provide paratransit services within the city, and by resolution authorize the city manager or designee to execute and file a grant application with the California Department of Transportation under Federal Transit Act Section 5310 to purchase replacement ADA paratransit cutaway vehicles. With that, we'll take questions.
Thank you both. Bringing it back to council for any questions. Looking to my colleagues. I'm seeing no questions, which does not belie the importance of this item. Thank you very much. Let's officially open the public hearing. Are there any members of the public who would like to comment on this item? Seeing none, we will promptly close the public hearing. And again, important work being done here. Thank you for this presentation. I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, Ms. Rogers, for a motion.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to adopt the resolution entitled Resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa authorizing a grant application for FTA Section 5310 funds for purchase of replacement ADA paratransit vehicles, and waive further reading of the text.
Second.
We have a motion and a second by Ms. McDonald. Madam City Clerk, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Rogers? Aye. Councilmember Okrepke?
Aye.
Councilmember McDonald?
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming?
Yes.
Councilmember Banuelos?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Alvarez?
Aye.
Mayor Stapp?
Aye.
Let the record show this passes unanimously.
Thank you. And we're going to pop back up to item 16.2, our report. Oh, actually, thank you very much, Yuri and Rachel. I didn't mean to ignore you there. Back to item 16.2. It's our report on the diversity of City Council boards, commissions, and committees. Dina, is this one yours? Madam City Clerk, welcome to that side of the table.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. Thank you for having me here this evening. I'm Dina Manis, your city clerk. Again, as Mayor Stapp said, I am here to present on the board, commissions, and committees diversity report, the data from 2024. Today, we're going to cover the charter requirements for the annual report, the overview of the 2024 report that is attached to the staff report, and then highlight a new data portal that the city manager's administrative analyst created for a more dynamic experience in reviewing the data provided and data gathered. So Section 11 of the city charter requires the annual report on the diversity of council appointments and applications received for boards, commissions, and committees. While it does exclude in the charter that it doesn't apply to all of the boards, we do cover it for all of the boards listed here because we found it important data to share with council members. It excluded the full council appointments, but we felt it really important to include so the council as a whole can hold themselves accountable to the diversity efforts being asked for in the charter. The charter also requires the diversity data related to the applicant and appointee ethnicity, gender, and geographics, and then report on the progress and success of increasing the diversity efforts of appointments. And then over the last few years, council has also given some additional direction in 2022 and 2023 for additional data points to be gathered. So we are documenting individual appointment data for council members, the full council appointment data, and age diversity data. So we'll get right to it. In 2024, we had 81 applications total submitted by 52 individuals, with 16 appointments made in 2024. For the gender information, women applied in nearly equal measure but received half the appointment rate of men. 19% or 3 of 16 appointments went to women, underscoring a need to examine selection criteria and recruitment channels for gender equity. This is a bar chart of the ethnicity data, but I'm going to skip over to the next slide, which has a table, a comparison table that compares the applicant versus the appointee versus the census data. So despite still being the largest group, Caucasian representation among appointees is 50% and closely aligns with the census data. Hispanic appointees now exceed their share of the applicant pool, reflecting strong outreach and inclusion efforts, and are emphasized by the high appointment rate of 80%. However, Hispanic appointees remain under the 36% community representation as indicated in the census data. Applicants who identify as Asian or Pacific Islanders saw a 50% appointment rate, which may reflect enhanced inclusion efforts in those categories. On to district or geographic data. This is, again, another bar chart that we're going to go over in more detail on the next slide. In previous years, the geographic data had been recorded using the CAB district boundaries, their CAB boundary maps rather than the districts, as that was how the geographic data was captured prior to moving to the city council elected districts. The decision to transition to district-based reporting will allow more focused and consistent analysis moving forward based on council districts. With those considerations in mind, it may be important to note that District 7, which falls under the former Southwest CAB boundary, had no new applicants and only one member appointed who happened to apply in the previous year. And then in District 2, which falls under the former Southeast CAB boundary, District 2 saw no new appointees. And historically, these areas have been underrepresented in both total appointments or appointment rates when compared to other districts in the city. Here is the table on age diversity. The number of older applicants, 56 and above, continue to lead in both the applicants and the appointee pool. However, the 18 to 35-year-old bracket saw a strong appointment rate relative to its application share, suggesting ongoing efforts in youth representation, yet they still underapply. So as we give thought to the data gathered, reviewing the appointment rate really helps assess how effectively applicants from each group and district are being selected. It may reveal whether certain demographics are fairly represented and highlights areas where efforts need to address inequities. A high appointment rate may indicate strong alignment with selection criteria or successful diversity outreach, while a low rate may suggest barriers or mismatches in the selection process. The city may leverage the recruitment response data to better inform targeted outreach strategies tailored to each group, preferred communication, to further enhance the diversity efforts of the boards and commissions. So now that we've touched on that data, let's go into the recruitment efforts that we have been doing at the city clerk's office and that you yourselves have been doing. So if anybody is interested in listening, if you are interested in serving on a board or commission, you can go to srcity.org/boards to apply and learn more. This past year, we started tracking recruitment data in the application portal. We have been working as time allows on recruitment videos from the community and engagement team. And the community engagement team has been increasing outreach efforts at community events. Ana Horta and her community engagement team have been having our recruitment flyers at many more events this year, and we look forward to much more partnership for future community events. And upcoming later this week, Anna and her team, Quetzali and Emily, pardon me, I lost their names. Emily and Quetzali put together a great recruitment video that is targeted to the 18 to 35-year-old demographic. It's going to be dropped on the srcity.org/boards website on our volunteers page. And then they were going to be making a Facebook and social media post version that's a little bit shorter or more abbreviated to help see how we can move forward with target efforts to specific demographics. The city clerk's office has been upping their game as well. This deputy city clerk has been building our list of community partners. Right now we have about 45 community partners that we reach out to, and I think we're growing to, in the next couple of weeks, we'll be growing it to over 50. If council members have any community partners that they want to know that whether or not we are contacting them, please reach out. I have the list of all the different community partners that we are working with and emailing our flyers to. They also have an option to submit a request to be a part of that distribution online, and if they want to withdraw from that distribution, they can also email us and let us know that they don't want to receive the email. The report data shows that the best recruitment efforts are made by the City of Santa Rosa City Connections newsletter, referral from a person, which I suspect is much of your efforts for recruiting to fill your vacancies, and then from other. Efforts across all platforms will continue as we develop more targeted recruitment videos, as I previously mentioned. So now I'm going to touch on the current vacancies, although both Councilmember Natalie Rogers and Councilmember Jeff Okrepke made some appointments today. We still do have some vacancies in Art and Public Places, Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Board, Board of Building Regulation Appeals, Board of Parks and Rec, Personnel Board, and the Public Safety and Prevention Tax Citizens Oversight Committee. So I'm going to leave this up for a minute. This is a QR code. I believe I've sent it to all of the council members. When you're out in the community, you are our best advocates when you're talking to your constituents. You can download this app to your phone, to your pictures, and when you're talking to a really engaged citizen who you think might be of great service to a board or commission, you can show them this and they can take a picture of it and go to the website and apply. It's just that easy. Now I'm going to ask Luke Fazer to come down. He is going to take us through the new portal for diversity data.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Good evening, City Council and Madam City Manager. I am Luke Fazer. I'm the Administrative Analyst for the City Manager's Office. I'm going to walk you through the dashboard that was created that highlights some of the data that was created or was analyzed for the presentation you just witnessed. Apologize. I am techie, but I'm apparently not that techie. There we go. Thank you. All right. So this dashboard was created to kind of present the data from the report in a more relational way. I won't go over the data too much. I'm just going to show the functionality of it. It's really nice that all these data points are connected. So once you're onto this portal, which you can find with the link within the agenda materials, but also at the data portal for the city at insights.srcity.org, you can look through the applicant diversity data right here on page 1. So if you want to dive in and see, the female applicants and where they were applying to. It will show you what boards they were applied to, which from which districts, their applicant age, and their ethnicity as well. And you can do that against all the demographics here for applicants. The appointee diversity page also shows the same type of functionality. However, this one also has the added appointee authority. So if we wanted to say, take a look at Vice Mayor Alvarez appointees for 2024, we could see the breakdown of those appointees by district, board, and so forth.
Luke, I want to just briefly mention that although you don't see it because there was no data reported on this talking point, or what I'm going to say, under the gender category, there is a category option for third gender or non-binary. However, all of this data is reliant on self-reporting, and that data was not reported.
Correct. Thank you for bringing that point up. Yes, while those options are available, if they are not selected, the data will not represent a zero sum. The next page shows the active roster diversity. This is the active members per board and their makeup. However, I do say that with a caveat because the active roster is from when the data was pulled from the making of the diversity annual report. So while it's not up to date as of today, it is a good snapshot of when the data was pulled back in May or June, I believe. And again, you can break it down by appointing authority. So if we wanted to look at City Council's diversity breakup, we can see how it relates across all the data points here. The next one I want to show you is actually the trends data, which I think that is presented a little bit differently, but it's actually very robust. I can show you how each member is appointing across the last 3 years, 2022, 2023, and 2024, and also to which board they've been applied to as well. So for this one, the bar graph in the middle shows just a percentage base instead of raw numbers, and that is to show that the trends across varying numbers that may apply or be appointed throughout the year. So, for example, if we were to look at City Council's numbers, we can see there's 27 appointees across the last 3 years, but if we wanted to see any trends, for Caucasians, we can see that there is a slight trend there going that we started at 75% of were Caucasian, went down to 67%, but now back up to 100%. But this report will show it for all members, so that you can make informed decisions about appointments and continue doing those efforts for diversity. With that, I'll turn it back over to Ms. Means.
Thank you, Luke. So it is recommended by the City Clerk's office that the council, by motion, accept the 2024 annual report of diversity of City Council appointees and provide feedback, if any, on future reporting metrics.
Thank you, Dean and Luke. Let's bring it back to council for any questions. Ms. Fleming?
Yeah, maybe I missed it, but I was just wondering, when you talked about council appointments, if you were talking about individual council appointments, or if you were talking about the appointments that we make as a full council, when you were talking about gender and racial demographics as well as age.
Within the report, there are statistics or data on both full council appointments as well as individual council member appointments, and by district.
Okay.
And then Luke has created this beautiful portal so you can kind of navigate through what data points you're most interested in, and that you can click through to see, all of you can see where you might need to do some more work, or where you're doing really good work on creating more diversity and inclusion in our community on our boards and commissions.
Thank you.
Other questions from council? Ms. McDonald?
Thank you for the report. My only question to you, because I see that there's a pretty large disparity on some diversity and who's being included on our commissions, and a lot of it is who applies and who wants to come and serve. But have we done any work to see what the potential barriers are? Just looking at like the population of Santa Rosa isn't reflected on who's serving on our commissions. If we were looking at half of our community, if not more, is Hispanic. And so I just wondered if we'd done any work on that as a city to see, is it meeting times, is it locations, or what we might need to adjust so that we have a more inclusive applicant pool to look at.
So anecdotally, the city has been looking into it, but the City Clerks Association, or the California Municipal Clerks Association, and legislators up and down California are looking into ways that they can create more diversity on their boards and commissions. And it's all of the points that you just mentioned. It's access, the ability to pay your boards and commission members, so if they do have to miss work to be a volunteer, for many people, it's inequitable. It's not a reality that they can miss work to be able to be of service to their community in this fashion. Other agencies are looking at childcare, providing childcare for their boards and commissions. So even if they move their meeting from after traditional work hours, then who's going to watch the volunteers' kids while they are at a meeting? If they are single parents, or both parents, or both adults, or all of the adults in the household are working and they don't have backups. So that is something that the Municipal Clerks Association is looking into, as well as I believe the City Managers Association is looking into. There's active legislation right now that they're evaluating how they can make the Brown Act less restrictive for a appearing in person and allow some more flexibility on virtual participation for boards and commission members for lesser decision-making bodies or more advisory bodies.
Thank you. That's really helpful. And I appreciate knowing that there's some things in the work to make sure that we are more inclusive, that we can allow people to potentially participate online. So we did see just anecdotally across during COVID, because people could participate online, we saw a lot, and they had less to do because they couldn't go anywhere. But we did see a higher participation rate in volunteerism during that time. So I would be interested in supporting that if those items come forward, or for tracking that legislation, just so we can be more inclusive. But thank you for the report, and thanks for having it online for us to navigate.
I wanted to say thank you in particular for having that portal. It fits right in with the city's ongoing commitment to greater transparency. I have not had a chance to go to the website and dig around in detail. I poked around a little bit, and your demonstration was certainly helpful, Luke. A question, on the portal, does it break out clearly applicants versus appointees? And is it possible to come up with the appointee demographic data relatively easily?
Yeah, thank you for that question, Mr. Mayor. Yes, page 1 of that report will clearly show the applicants for 2024, and page 2 of the portal will show the appointees for 2024. All the data right now is just for 2024, except for that one last page that showed the trends. But yes, it does break it down by applicant and appointees.
Perfect. Because you had that one, there was the Starks statistic at the beginning where you broke down male, female, gender numbers. If my memory serves from our last report about the demographic breakdowns for the actual appointees, the breakdown is not quite as stark, correct, between men and women? That would be the applicant data might look like that, but in terms of who's actually on our boards, there's a bit more balance. Am I remembering correctly?
Yes, and Luke might be able to pull that up on the portal, but what we're reporting on is this calendar year.
Correct.
It's not the year-over-year comparison which you see on the dashboard that Luke created. And so you can see that as a whole, the disparity is smaller between male and female appointees, but in this 2024 period, it's wider. Understood.
I just didn't want to leave the public with the impression that there is this chasm between in terms of the demographics of our appointees. That in reality, concerning people who are actually on the boards, it's a bit more balanced.
No, to answer that question, Mr. Mayor, the discrepancy you saw, the application rate or the appointment rate for the genders for this year was that 4-to-1. However, you are correct; it is not that disparate overall. That was just for this year alone.
Perfect. Thank you. I just wanted to confirm. All right. With that, if there are no other questions, we'll open it up for public comment. Are there any members of the public? Janice, you beat me to it. The podium is yours.
Can anybody hear me? I think that it should be represented by the demographics of the area for sure. And I think it's a nice idea to have 18 to 35-year-olds, but I think 18 is a little young, maybe 21. I think they should have some life experience before they go on a board and start making decisions about the future of the city, as well as people who haven't lived here. It's been demonstrated that they don't seem to understand how Santa Rosa really works. Also, I had read a ordinance at an earlier time, and it was talking about appointees. And it said that they were appointed, and at the end it said diversity, equity, and inclusion, and through to perpetuity. And I object to perpetuity. I think that there should be a term limit, just like anything else. You people that are not elected on boards and commissions, I think it would be acceptable to, if they could make it for 2 terms, whether it's 2 years or 4 years, 2 terms and they're rotated out. And then if they want to come back in, they need to wait and then reapply. And I don't think that perpetuity should be anything that's considered in our city as a permanent rule, regulation, or law. And I also think that people like District 4 that appointed Terry Sanders to the Planning Commission when he doesn't live in District 3 is really obnoxious. And I think that that kind of thing should be prevented. And I think that the people that are supposed to be representing the district that they're appointed to live in the district they're appointed to. Now, I've read recent ordinances that reflected that, but I think they all should coordinate, and I think there's 11 attorneys working for the city now. The 11 attorneys should review all the ordinances and get them committally resigned to being specific and uniform throughout all of the ordinances. And if people want to be applied to a commission, they apply and they get the opportunity like everybody else does. And that's all I'm going to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Janice. Are there any other members of the public who'd like to speak? Seeing none, we'll close public comment and I'll bring it back to council. Any final comments? Ms. Rogers?
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to say sometimes it's, we had the conversation, it's hard to find expertise for some of the boards. So if they have term limits, it makes it a little bit harder. And then also,
through the mayor, all of our board and commissions, through Council Policy 06 for boards and commissions appointments, their terms align with your terms, so it's not in perpetuity that people get to serve. Until reappointed or a new person is seated, they can serve, just so we don't run into quorum issues for the boards and commissions. And to Councilmember Rogers' point, we do have a number of boards that are very challenging to seat because of the nature of the unique topics they cover, like the art and preservation boards or the construction, the Board of Building Regulation and Appeals. They have specific requirements that they have industry subject matter understanding or credentials that back up the decision-making process that happens at those boards.
thank you. In addition, like in my district, D7, it's really hard to find people to serve on boards. My district is predominantly working families. Like if it's 2-person household, both people are working, and it's just really hard to find people to serve on boards. But with that being said, I wanted to thank you and your small but mighty team for helping us, one, to be transparent, accountable, and helping with the recruitment efforts, and to making sure that the board seats and the commission seats are filled, because I don't feel like that work, I won't say it wasn't being done. It's just the way that you do it is very active. You're very active, and so I appreciate that. And then Luke, thank you very much for the portal. It is very easy, it's user friendly. And if anyone in the public wants to see it, they can see it, but then it also helps us when we're making decisions to appoint. So thank you.
Yeah, and on the portal, I do want to comment that it is static data. Every year we will add to it, so your comparisons over time will be increased, but it's not a rolling data portal. And then to the point of all the work that the clerk's office does on boards and commissions recruitments, our Deputy City Clerk, Rhonda Bola, takes the lead on doing the recruitment efforts and tracking compliance for all of our boards and commissions. So she does the lion's share of the boards and commissions work. So I just want to make sure that is acknowledged, because it is truly appreciated across the board. So thank you, Rhonda.
Thank you, Rhonda.
And both Rhonda and Luke work together on fine-tuning this report. So they made it better, and then Luke had the big brains behind the data portal with Rhonda's data gathered. So it was a very collaborative effort, and hoping that it's going to meet the needs of our community and the city council.
Thank you. Ms. Benuelos?
Thank you, Mayor. I just had a quick question. First of all, thank you for the report. It's really, really eye-opening. I just wondered, since it appears to not include District 5, and I know this is for 2024, or does it include District 5? And the reason I ask is because I just wondered if the numbers were skewed without District 5, even though I know that's 2024.
So it does include District 5, but they had probably no appointments during the calendar year of 2024 because they were all seated. So they probably had limited applications and limited appointments because most of the seats were filled.
Okay,
Does
so
that
then
track?
in just the overall, so this is just about appointments, not people who were sitting on these boards?
On the static report, but then I believe there's a component on the portal that shows the overall seats.
Yes, thank you. The District 5 is representative in the applicants and also the active roster section on page 3 of the dashboard of the data portal, and you'll see District 5 on there. If you're not seeing the District 5 on the appointment side, it's exactly as how Ms. Manis said, is that there was no data to pull from, to display, yes.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, and thank you both again. I'm going to turn this over to Ms. Fleming to officially accept the report.
Yeah, thank you for doing this. It's something that when I got on the council was a main priority of mine, and you know, I think that a lot of my success in this effort has been due to the outsized amount of folks from my district who are interested in serving. So I acknowledge that it's not an even playing field across the city, and that it's something that we all have to really work at. So I'm grateful to my colleagues who have a harder slog of this for rolling up their sleeves and taking this on earnestly, because I do believe it makes the city better to have good age, gender, racial, and disability representation on these boards, but also geographic. And while we're happy to have our voices heard in District 4 and many of the seats that are not assigned to me, I have a commitment that we should have people from districts representing their districts. But I acknowledge that it's not as easy to do as it is to say. So thank you to you all who try so hard to make that vision a reality. And with that, I'll thank the office one more time, and the city manager's office for dedicating the resources, and the clerk's office for taking the lead on this. I really appreciate you all, and I'll move to accept the report as submitted.
Thank you. And with that, we'll move on to item 18, our written communications. And we are going to pause on this just for a second because we have some substantive ones tonight. Item 18.1 is a legislative update. Item 8.2 is notice of a final map for Kiwanis Village subdivision. And item 18.3 is notice of a final map for Panstamon Place. I don't know that I said that right. I do want to open this up for public comment. Are there any members of the public that wish to comment on this item? This is item 18. It's the written communications, Janice. But we're coming to the non-agenda matters in just a second. I think you want the next one, Janice. Seeing no members of the public who wish to comment, we will close public comment for item 18. We will move to item 19, our last public comment on non-agenda matters for the evening. This is for any members of the public who wish to comment on items not listed on the agenda. Janice, this is your moment.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. I'm requesting that the violation put on my put on me by Michael McIlroy, who was the person that I called when the illegal action was taking place of the clear cutting of all the trees that were over 75 years old. Environmental disaster is what I called it. Michael McIlroy was the person that answered the phone, and I have spoken to over a dozen people in the city about this violation. They're claiming that I have a violation on the curb, and it has to do with the fact that this street has imploded where they clear cut and all the trees are gone. And neighbors are suffering as well. And I feel that this is just harassment. I have complained about this on an ongoing basis. And after I started to request more information, this violation was put on my property on the curb. And I'm being told to get an encumbrance permit, but nobody can say anything really further about it. They tell me to go on the internet. I've spoken to all the high-ups. I've gone to all the meetings, the economic development, the housing authority, I mean, you name it, zoning, you name it, I've been to them. I sit through them. I've seen people after I've talked, because there's also a waterway. It's a flood zone, and the city is continuing with this, and I feel that this is nothing more than harassment, and I'm asking for a cease and desist against this violation, where the curb is broken, where they actually extracted the water from the water meter area, and the street has just cracked all up, and it's a big mess. And this is not really something I created. I've lived in my house for over 40 years very peaceably, and I've had a lovely life there. I adore the neighborhood, and this is really, really lousy. And I'm asking that you just do whatever you do with that, because I was also told by the highest up that eventually you're going to fix the street anyway. But I'm being in this position, and it's not comfortable, and it's not okay.
Thank you, Janice. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak? Seeing none, we are officially adjourned. Thank you, everyone.